Don't do that.
It just means the camera's on.
Yep.
I did that my first time too.
So I have to.
So as far as the, sorry guys. Sorry about that. Turn that down.
We'll find you for that. Shut mine off long ago.
As far as the ARPA funds grant request for the city of, or excuse me, USD 244. Requesting 50,185. Turn that down. Good. 245 and 243 had requests for amounts higher than that. It suggested we keep them all consistent at 50,000 apiece.
I didn't realize that you could pay salaries out of that money.
I guess I didn't either.
Well, I'm wondering if that's not for the Technical Learning Center. It might classify as that. I don't know.
Let's say salaries for technician and as well as early learning and early learning parents.
And I wonder if you could even go back to last year.
I don't know, but I think the suggestion to keep them all even at 50,000 apiece is
I agree with that. I would agree with,
sensible.
I agree with that. The others didn't even come in until I guess probably Bobby went out, reached out to them. And then they come in.
I did reach out to the
with outrageous.
I did reach out to our superintendent after I talked to him 3 weeks ago. But Bobby said he was gonna reach out to them, and I didn't want to double it up, so. But the only thing I look at is 245 and 243 are basically running two communities in one lump, in one sum.
Sure.
So I mean, like especially 243, you got two schools, two full schools,
But yet,
K through 12.
but yet they probably don't have any more buildings that they're in versus what Leroy, where Leroy Burlington would have. You know, we've got two buildings in Leroy, and I think there's only one building in Gridley that's been used.
Right, but that sum's lumped together
Yeah.
for both,
Yeah.
for the location, each location.
Yeah.
But if you look at it that way, if you just divide them by the school districts, Burlington has
Well, yeah,
a lot
a lot
more.
more students.
So I think the fair thing to do would be make them equal.
I guess a person could make it equal, and if they need more, come back.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I think that's a good way to look at it.
there's always the opportunity to come back in and, because the funds aren't depleted.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've only got the first half so far.
Yeah. So maybe the 50 would get them started, and then they can come back and.
I know the highest request coming out of the district that I represent, although Gridley's represented by Bob, but still the same district, but this is one time I think I would support a one-time, everything identical. And then if we receive other funds, like I said, we're gonna receive, maybe reevaluate at that time.
Did Burlington already get some funds? Did we already grant them some funds, 244?
On the first go around, yes.
I think they all got some first go
I
around.
do
They all
too.
did.
So I'm not sure how.
Everybody did.
Well, I mean, under this
No,
appropriation.
no, this is
Okay.
the first.
Burlington come in and asked.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that we went out to the other school districts.
Correct.
I'm up to speed
I'd agree to the 50.
for today.
for all three districts.
I just run at 5185. I just put it across the board at the 5185, and if they need more, they can come back.
Yes. I agree.
I can't speak for Bobby because I haven't talked to him, but, you know, he's suggesting 50, which 5185 is not a problem. It wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't already mentioned that the superintendent's, he's gonna recommend keeping the same price, but that's an assumption too. I'd almost bet he's laid a little groundwork for that.
I'm sure he has.
I bet he has.
Don't we have someone in place who monitors to see if this is all legit?
We hired Southeast Kansas Regional Planning.
So they've checked it out.
And
Well, they'll have to work with.
Bobby is a member of that as well, so, you know, I would assume it's been vetted, so to speak, to make sure it's applied.
Well, it says even after commission approval, we'll have to work with each district to justify the use of funds. Wouldn't we maybe want to justify it before we even
Well,
approve
they've
it?
already requested it based on the facts that they qualify for it. So the document's already probably in Bobby's hands.
But I mean, if we hired someone to approve it, wouldn't we kind of want them to approve it before we, I don't want to have to back up, take money away
Well,
because
that's true too.
they didn't get it approved.
I don't
Well,
think
we
it'd be,
did ask Bob,
I don't think Bobby would be submitted for one, wouldn't be something that's approved.
we did ask him Monday if it was,
Yeah, we could do it on this.
something that was
Easier.
compliant. He said yes, what 244 was asking for, so I assumed it's on the same line.
And if he's here for that, we can get him now.
Yeah, we can get it.
I'm sure there's needs, and I would venture to say the needs have been kind of looked at and pre-authorized maybe, or just, Bobby knows that.
We'll ask more questions.
Dr. Sawyer here.
I see that. Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Okay, I come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please do.
Yeah.
Is that turned on?
You need it on? Is that better?
You might need it on.
Thank you. Can you hear me better? So, Wade wanted me to come kind of field some questions and maybe discuss our thoughts on the, I guess that'd be the COVID-19 vaccine mandate that's coming through, right? So, I mean, I kind of told him in our discussions that, you know, I'm kind of, I'm divided on it. I mean, you know, as a healthcare provider, do I believe in the vaccine? You know, I see the efficacy of it, and I see what it does as far as helping keep people out of the hospital and, you know, keeping them off the ventilator. So I see that side of it, and so, you know, do I promote it to my patients? Yes. But on the other hand, do I think that anyone should be forced to have the vaccine or put something in their body they don't want to have in there? I don't believe that line should be crossed. So, so there's pros and cons to it. You know, if you kind of dig in to see why this mandate is happening, you know, why are they doing it? I think it's for a few different reasons. I mean, one is that, you know, if somebody does get COVID and has to be hospitalized, and especially if they have to be ventilated in ICU and they're there for a week or two or three, you can imagine the bills and the insurance costs and the stress that it puts on the system. So I think part of the reason they're pushing forward is to try to minimize and decrease hospitalizations and the cost of, you know, what it's costing to take care of these people with COVID. I mean, that money is those expenses are going to trickle down to insurance companies, and then eventually, you know, people that, you know, pay the premiums are going to eventually, I would say, see a bump in that. And that could certainly affect, it may not affect a big, you know, someone like Wolf Creek or a big organization, but some of these smaller, you know, insurance companies, you know, or businesses that have smaller pools, you know, one person gets COVID there, that can really devastate that insurance there for that company. So, I think the only thing I could think of that also needs to be thought about is if somebody elects not to get it, you know, do you have that person sign a waiver or voucher? I've heard of companies doing this that basically says you will not hold the employer responsible if you get COVID on the job, you know, because you hear about some of these lawsuits of people, you know, lose a loved one to COVID-19 and they're, you know, the surviving spouse or family is pointing fingers at the employers saying that they received this on the job and they weren't offered a vaccine or they weren't offered coverage or protection. So kind of think about it on that side too. Those that don't get the vaccine, you have them sign something that says they won't hold their employer responsible if they get it on the job. So those things are hard to kind of navigate through, but something to think about.
Would that not waive the insurance right to treat that individual?
I don't know. I don't know if that trickles down to that thing.
I can see that kind of going the other way too. I mean, they
Yeah, I
can
think
get
you
the
go
vaccine
easy.
and they have a reaction or,
Right.
No, I don't think anybody should make them have a vaccine. I mean, I think they have to decide if they want to, but they have to understand by not getting it, you know, are you putting yourself at more of a risk? I mean, it appears based on the numbers that we see that if you don't get the vaccine, you're definitely more at risk for being hospitalized or being on a ventilator or dying compared to those that do get vaccinated. So
So what's the difference? You don't think it ought to be mandatory, but what's the difference is I kind of take it your thing, you ought to make it mandatory. If you don't want to get it, you have to sign a paper anyway.
you don't have to, but it's something to think about. It's like, I feel bad for, I mean, the situations that are coming up that someone passes away of COVID-19 and then you have the remaining survivors of the family that are always wanting to point blame. And, you know, the employer's trying to do the right thing and offer the vaccine. They see the value of it. The individual elects not to. They get COVID. Family wants to point fingers, and it just brings up a situation. I don't know if you can avoid it. I don't know if signing the paper gets you out of that that responsibility or not, or that liability.
I don't know how they could ever trace that the individual
Got it at work.
got it at work.
Yeah, that's
You
hard to
know,
do.
I mean, that's what we was discussing here, you know. Okay,
I
well,
agree.
if you got it away from work, you know, the county wasn't gonna give the 60%. Well, and then we got thinking, well, how in the heck can you ever pinpoint? I kinda thought there's a little better tracing.
It'd be hard because people go out, they go to the gas station, they go to the bank, they go to church, they go wherever they go. And it takes 2 or 3 days to get this. How do you know you got it at work? People ask me all the time when they get it, like, where did I get it from? I'm like, you know, you got it from somewhere. People are like, and then people always say, I didn't go anywhere. Well, that's not true. You go somewhere. People go places they just don't realize it.
This is just my opinion, but I think we're painting pretty wide brush too when you put the mandate on. What about the people that's already had the COVID,
True.
recovered, and we don't talk about the antibodies?
Right. I know, and I hope someday we'll be able to maybe get a test. You can just, you know, I don't know if you do it daily or weekly or monthly, but you get a little test and you actually have a number. And then, you know, once you go below that threshold, you are now vulnerable to the virus. You know, whether that's from the vaccine protection or from just natural immunity from having it, you know, that's probably at some point it will be there. We'll actually have a number. Right now, you can order a test and it says, yes, you have antibodies, but you just don't know the strength of those antibodies and if you're protected. So, but yeah, I think that's the future of maybe where we'll go with this. And then if your level's good, then you get to go to work or you get to go do stuff and feel comfortable that you're protected, you know. So
I know the school kids in Leroy and Gridley, they can't, their temperature checked every morning,
right.
whether that's a value or not, but if they're carrying a temperature, then more detail.
It's interesting. I mean, the temperature usually means you're infected.
Yeah.
I don't, in kids though, the bad thing is we don't see a lot of fevers with COVID. We see fevers with other things like strep throat and mono and things like that, but surprisingly, COVID in kids, the fever just isn't necessarily always there. Adults tend to run more fever with COVID than kids.
Yeah, just because they got the temperature, that's not something they got the cold, but
No.
gives maybe a little head up or something.
Some truth to that, yeah.
Why wouldn't, and you can't speak for the school, but to me, it makes more sense. You test, if you're gonna test the kid's temperature, test them in there. Because if they get up in the morning and they're feel a little feverish, mama's gonna give them some
There's what
Tylenol or something,
Covered
send them
up.
to school.
Absolutely. That happens, I think, every day, probably somewhere. But, yeah, they'll get tested later in the day when the medicines have wore off, right? You know? And everybody runs a fever differently. When you're sick with an illness, you don't run a 24-hour fever. Some people just run it for a few hours in the morning or maybe a few hours at night. Everyone's body is a little different. So just doing a random screen is so hard to catch that illness. I mean, you might catch a few of them, but you won't catch all of them.
Well, we are doing the vaccine. It's available for anybody who wants it,
Yeah.
employees or anybody who wants it. We're not gonna deny that. We're
Sure.
not holding it, whatever they want to do.
Right. And that's how we kind of approach it from the health department is people that want to have it, that's been my main philosophy is people want to get it, we want to try to make it accessible in Crawford County so they have to travel all over. People who don't want to get it, fine. I mean, it's your decision, essentially. So the school or the FDA just passed something yesterday for the 5 to 11-year-olds. And, they're basically going to make a statement here soon that says that I think it's going to affect 28 million kids nationwide, that they will now be eligible to get the vaccine. What people are worried about though is the government going to step in and say now, if you're going to, or some states or some places are going to say, you have to get this vaccine now to attend school if you're 5 to 11 years old.
That's what we're gonna ask you, do we need to step forward and offer clinics for that age bracket, since it's a brand new age bracket that exposes so many?
So the FDA panel recommended it. It has to be officially approved by the FDA, which is going to happen probably in the next week. And then I'll have to talk to the health department and see what they want to do with that. Yeah, because we're going to have, they say nationwide. So if you look at the next age group, which is 12 to 18, right? That age group. The only one approved for that is Pfizer. They say it's about around 60% of people in that age group across the United States have received the vaccine, which is not much different than the adults. So typically, if the adults believe in it, they're probably going to push their kids into getting the vaccine. And I see it to be, it's probably going to be 60% of those 5 to 11-year-olds are probably going to get it. I think that those numbers will just kind of stay similar. So.
But then again, that ought to be the parents' choice,
It's
not the
parents.
school's choice.
No, and definitely not the schools. They should not cross it and say, in order to attend here, you have to be vaccinated. I agree. Yeah, I don't think they should be forcing these people. Let people gather into information and make a educated decision what's best for them. So.
FDA, they approved Pfizer and then they changed the name of it, although it's the same. Has Moderna or Johnson & Johnson been approved by FDA?
They have now. So.
Did they change the name on them also?
They haven't yet. So I have not, Moderna hasn't.
So they are approved.
They're approved and Moderna is recommending a half dose 6 months after your second dose. So remember with Moderna, you get 1 dose and then a month later you get a second dose. And then you're supposed to wait 6 months and then you get a half dose. And then for Pfizer, it's 1 dose, a month later another dose, and then 6 months later the third. And those doses are all the same pretty much. And then for Johnson & Johnson, you get 1 dose and then 2 months later you get the second dose. So I know there's a lot of people that got that Johnson & Johnson vaccine back in March, April, May, and so they're very well overdue. So there's certainly going to be a little bit of a push to get some of these booster shots caught up.
When do you have to start getting the 4th and 5th dose?
Hopefully, probably not. So that's been a question that's come up in the clinic a lot. So like if you look back at the kids' vaccines that they have gotten, so most people from the 70s on, a lot of them have been vaccinated, whether it's hepatitis or tetanus or whooping cough or measles, mumps, rubella. I mean, most people have gotten those vaccinations. And a lot of them have made it, if you start kindergarten, you pretty much have to have those vaccinations, pretty much. A lot of those were 3, 4, 5-part shots, if you look back at it. So like when a baby's born, they get a shot at 2 months, they get shots at 4 months, they get shots at 6 months, they get shots at a year. There's definitely a series of vaccines to try to help keep you. I think I counted it up. It's almost like 20 different infections that they are trying to prevent in these kids. And a lot of them are 3, 4, 5-part shots because that first shot just kind of primes your immune system. The second one just kind of boosts it a little bit. And then they say if you wait 4 or 5 months and they get that third shot, that's what really gives you the long protection against the illness. So whatever that illness is, whether it's tetanus or measles or COVID. So that third shot is not a new concept. That third shot was kind of always thought it was going to have to happen. So it's just the studies are taking that long to figure that out, the research.
So how come this research is coming through so fast on the COVID?
So it is under a microscope, of course. So they have a huge pool. All those people, that 100,000 that was in the studies from last summer, they're over a year, almost a year and a half in. And so they are constantly getting monitored on their antibody response, kind of that number I'm talking about. So they're actually following their antibody levels. And so the research has definitely said at 6 months, your levels drop. And so that's why Pfizer got the approval to get the booster. That's why Moderna got the approval. For Johnson & Johnson, they said at 2 months, you start to see that drop. So they wanted the Johnson & Johnson people to get their second one at 2 months. So the research has driven the timing of those booster shots based on the people the people that are in the studies, the 100,000 people that are in that study. So that's kind of interesting. Last summer when all those studies started, those are ongoing studies to see how those people are doing, how they're responding, if they're staying immune. Because they say once you get down to, at 6 months, your immunity drops, now you can get COVID again. You don't get the COVID that gets you hospitalized, you just get COVID in a mild form, which means that you can still spread it, you just have kind of mild cold-like symptoms. So, but the fear is if your numbers keep dropping, are you eventually going to be susceptible to the more serious COVID where you end up being hospitalized again? So that's what the boosters are supposed to do. They're supposed to get your numbers back up, and hopefully now for a longer period. So I'm hoping we don't have to do a 4th or 5th shot. But again, time will tell. So I don't think they've really done it any faster per se. They've literally waited 6 months, a year, now almost a year and a half to kind of tell you how these people have responded. So those 100,000 from the get-go that we've been studying, they're under a microscope. They're watching to see what they do.
I think, I think everybody here, on the board is 100% for, if somebody wants to get the shot, go get the shot. But I think 90% of the public is, or not, maybe not 90%, 60% of the public is anti-mandate.
Yeah,
So, I think that's what it boils down to.
Right.
Anti-mandate, you get a mandate, and then you have to sign a consent form to have it shoved in your arm.
yeah,
That's what bothers me.
right.
And it's still stated an
Is
experimental drug.
it still, do you still have to have consent though, now that it's FDA approved though? I would think that would be, I think we were having,
But if
people were
you're-
signing the consent if it was under emergency approval, but now that like Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson are getting full FDA approval, I would think that you would necessarily have to have the consent.
Well,
Now, has their liability came back into effect?
I don't know that side of things. I don't know. I mean, if it's FDA approved.
Yeah.
So I would think that, we don't necessarily have everyone sign consent necessarily for any other vaccine, but
But is anybody else has liability with their vaccine? Other than COVID-19, of course, they don't have liability.
yeah, you don't ever hear it come up.
Mm.
So,
that's the part that sticks in my goal is you got companies that are mandatory that their employees
Yeah.
get vaccinated.
then they make you
Or-
sign a consent and they're not responsible now.
Yeah, or you lose your job.
Yeah.
And so they're strong arming the workers, which are already short of right now.
Right.
And then that employee has to sign a consent form.
Right.
Well, I don't
That
feel
seems, doesn't seem right.
that that's right. That should go against the free will of the
And you
company.
can't hold the maker, the way I'm thinking, with liability.
Especially in an emergency situation, you can't. Now that it's been FDA approved, I think there is more liability that would go towards Pfizer or whatnot. They should have more liability now that it's been FDA approved, so.
I won't know that until it's tested in court.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Do you know, is the hospital going to, aren't they looking at setting up to?
Yeah, I've mentioned this in some meetings before. I'm very disappointed it hasn't happened yet. We had a delay in one of our, I don't know if you've seen, we had construction in the ER, we had construction in the clinic. We actually have now a room, if you come into the lobby of the clinic, there's 3 check-in booths, and off to the side, we converted a room just for kind of nursing appointments. So if you want to come in and get an allergy shot, if you want to come in and get a splint put on your wrist, or if you want to come in and get a vaccine, we have a room that's kind of a private room that a nurse and a patient can interact in. And that's supposed to be our vaccine room too. So if people want to come in and get a flu shot, they want to come and get a COVID vaccine, we're supposed to have that up and rolling. There was some delay and some stuff coming in that we had ordered to set that room up. And so those pieces are coming in. We were supposed to have started that at the beginning of October, so we're almost a month behind. Yeah.
Do you see it happening in the near future?
Yeah, it's very close. The refrigerator just came in that's going to store the vaccines. So all those pieces are coming in. So hopefully in the next week or 2, that's happening. So that would be a place for us to give vaccines to people on.
One more question I got. Okay, so if you have to have a vaccine for it.
Yeah.
Say you get the Johnson & Johnson, it's one shot wonder right now. Do you have to take the second shot for that card to
I've seen
be, or?
I've
will the
seen it
card
go
go
both
null and
ways.
void?
I've seen it go both ways. I've seen it. Right now, you pretty much just have that first shot and people feel like you are there. I've seen some places, I've seen something at a college level say that you have to have the second shot.
They're
So,
forcing the second shot, even
yeah.
though you already had one.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it agency by agency, place by place. It's not the same across the board. Some places are saying, yes, if now the FDA is saying you need to get the booster and you qualify for the booster, you need to have, all 3 shots. But
Well, I think they just passed something here the other day. I just heard it, that you're supposed to have a COVID shot to enter the United States from another country.
right, COVID shot and proof of vaccination, so your vaccine or and a negative test within a couple of days of arriving.
And I don't know that they tested or shot any of them Afghans that was in here, all these illegals crossing the back border.
You know,
But that's okay for them, but it's not okay for the United States citizens.
Right. Yeah, I don't know about United States citizens as far as leaving the United States. I know coming in, foreign travelers in have to show card of vaccination and a negative test. I don't know if you travel down to Mexico to go for a vacation, and if you come back, if you're treated as differently, like if you have to show vaccination status and a negative test.
I watched the interview where a lady and the husband went out to adopt 2 kids, trying to get back into the US. And she is held up because she does not like the vaccine.
Right.
They will not let her fly back in, so they're holding the husband and the 2 kids in this country.
She's a US citizen, right?
Yes,
Wow.
both of them are.
So, I mean, yeah, it's something you definitely have to get squared away before you leave the country. You leave the country unvaccinated, and if they're gonna have a double standard, you have to be vaccinated to come back in. That's definitely a tricky scenario.
guess it would depend on how you came back into the
I
country.
know, how are you gonna get back in?
I guess you
Come
can
back
walk like
Come
everybody
back
else.
across the border, you're over
Maybe
there.
so, maybe so.
You could be in the caravan.
So I don't know if that was a help to anything, but, there's some value in it, I suppose, but, definitely definitely don't support a mandate to make someone put something in the body they don't want to put in.
I'm glad to hear you saying that, because.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your.
Thanks, sir.
Right, thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Eric, you have something?
Thank you, guys. Well, let me start by saying I'm not representing the sheriff's office or the view of the sheriff or the county. I'm speaking to you as state representative, and as Eric Smith, citizen of Coffee County. This whole subject, I try to speak to people on face to face or over the phone. I don't like getting on social media and having the debate, because then you lose something I think very important in that debate. And that is the basic idea of what the problem is. Everybody has different ideas about why they don't want to get the vaccine, those that don't. And I'm like you, never telling anyone not to get the vaccine. I don't tell them that. That's not my bailiwick. It's not my expertise. But I have an opinion, and I believe that everyone does. There's a difference between liberty and freedom. And the basic idea of freedom is a broad thing, and liberty within it. We've always had that idea of liberty as a foundation in America. I'm not going to stand up here and preach, get on my soapbox about it, but that consent form, that waiver form is representative of that liberty. When you take that away, or you strong arm it, you've basically taken the idea of consent away. And so I think, I've asked for a bill to be drawn up. I'm going to present it to leadership up there, that basically says that a person, a governmental entity, or a business cannot discriminate against a person because of their health choice. That's what it comes down to. You shouldn't be judging another person. I'd like to see more talk about how much is being spread among those who are vaccinated. Not because I want to point the finger at them, but this is what we're trying to address, aren't we? We're trying to address the spread of this disease. And if that's what we're trying to do, then we should have more science to back up whether or not that's being effective. Instead of just get the vaccine because really it's our only choice. That's not the way it works. If an individual is facing a life-threatening disease, they're given choices. I'm talking about cancer. Do you want to go through the treatment? You don't have anyone up there in the federal government saying, nope, you're going to survive better if you get the chemo. You don't have people telling you that because you have a choice, because people recognize that. Now then they try to say, but if you get the shot, it helps everyone else. Show me the science. That's not coming across right now. That's why people are hesitant. So anyway, I just wanted to express that, partially because of my view, but also those who are coming to me frustrated with what they're hearing, frustrated they're about to lose their jobs. Frustrated for some that they had to go get a shot. And I mean, they're mad. They're not happy about it. So I think the basic premise is understood by most folks. Whatever you decide to do regarding this subject matter, they understand what this is about. They understand what the basic idea is, mandate versus consent. So I just wanted to express that.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate your comment, appreciate
Appreciate
your
it.
legislation.
So the next one is I guess that'd be the question, you wanna get the checks and vouchers out of the way and then address all this other stuff at roundtable, or you wanna just get this out of the way and head in, checks and vouchers?
I think maybe we get the important stuff out of the way and then go, well, not that checks and vouchers aren't important, but.
Yeah, it's payroll.
There's not a lot of people here. Yeah, well, that's why, not that it's not important, but, and then go through, I guess, checks and vouchers, I don't care. You're the chair, you do what you want to do.
Well, I know, but I value each one of your opinion, or I wouldn't ask, just like they say my employees.
Wade, do you think we ought to
I wouldn't ask.
take care of business first and then go through the checks and vouchers last? Or do you want to take care of it, do you think taking care of this other stuff during roundtable would be good? It all depends on your,
I think whatever business you have to conduct, you should probably conduct the business related to some of the subject matter that was just discussed. I'll probably request an executive session for 15 minutes whenever the time comes, just myself and the board for attorney-client discussion. But I think you go through business and then we can take up the other issues later.
So this motion we have before us, the employment agreement between Robert E. Skipper and Coffee County, Kansas Municipal Corporation to compensate him for work performed as Coffee County Planning and Zoning Director in the amount of $6,800 annually be paid at a flat monthly rate of $650 effective October 1st, 2021 through October 1st, 2023.
7,800, you said 7,800.
I'm sorry, 7,800 annually.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move.
This is a 2-year agreement.
Yes, sir. I think two plus one is equals 3 still.
There is,
2 + 1 = 3, so what's that mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
I was
I see what you're
I was stunned. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
2 years.
That's the new math ball.
I know, that's why I say it's a 2-year agreement.
it starts out at 2 year, but it does have some outs in, back in paragraph 6 and stuff. So,
Yes. We still have the right
Yeah,
to terminate.
both sides has got,
You want to table this till you have a chance to read over the agreement?
No, we've discussed it and everything, I just wasn't aware of it. It was
This is the same
Until I saw it in green, I read it, it didn't dawn until I saw it in green.
Yeah.
Okay.
this same agreement, we have the opportunity to look at Monday, if everybody did look at it. So
It's kind of revamped somewhat, so to speak.
with all the responsibilities that Bobby has taken on, that's been assigned to him, I absolutely have no problem at all of moving ahead on this, and I second the motion Jesse has just made. Because his responsibilities in this department is much, much greater. In fact, he didn't have the responsibilities in this department until he took on the responsibility, so.
Well, and he's doing a lot more other things outside of the zoning and planning
Outside
as
of-
far as the COVID, like the school stuff, going to the different schools and asking them about the grant money that's available. So, I mean, I don't feel that that's really in his wheelhouse, but he's gracious enough to go do it and try for the greater good of the county. So.
So Jesse's moved. John seconded, is that correct?
Yes.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Let's go back to our USD 244, 243, and 245. We're just kind of, if we want Bobby to come in and make sure that this was,
Since he signed, I think we ought to bring him in, let him know what we're doing,
okay. We can see if he's around.
not to. As a heads up that this is what our thoughts are, I just want you to know.
I myself will probably request a couple of executive sessions. I'd like a 15-minute executive session with just the board. To discuss, possible land acquisitions.
You're making that motion as of now.
Yeah, I'm making that
With
motion.
just the board.
Just the board, yes.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll do a 15-minute at 9:30, 9:40, because it's 37 now. I could turn to 38 here real quick.
Would it be ready?
9:40, or 15 minutes.
Hey, Bobby.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be that quick.
Didn't realize it'd be that way.
We'll be right back.
Have a break, huh?
On the, that email. Yes, his first one, and you told that same conversation with the administrator. So, that's just what ultimately, there's only 2 layers of approval, he was going over, you and the administrator. Once the commission approves something, so, they'll never decide, it's just. Yeah, it won't take us.
Oh. What are you going to do? Oh, well, yeah, because we don't get it. We'll wait. Okay, no matter what.
didn't realize Bobby would be so quick. Is he still hanging close by or?
He should be with that. I can come back in.
Well, he wasn't in his office because we just came from there.
Let's see if he's down.
See what she says is, I got one more I would like to do, with just the commission for probably 20 minutes.
You're getting longer. Your timing's getting longer.
Well,
Is it the same reason?
no, it'd be, let's wait and see if Bobby's coming in. Yes, I see him right there, so I'll be a little more patient this time. Patience has not always been a strong suit of mine. Hey, Bobby.
Morning. Good morning, Johnny.
So, yes, sir, sorry, we didn't realize you'd be down so quick last time. I think they're wanting to make sure, we were wanting to make sure that the request by each school district is within the guidelines of spending the money.
So the answer to that is, the majority of their requests, I believe so, yes. That's, I can make assumptions, but once we go through the administrator and to seek determination on what they've requested, there may be an instance where some of their requests, portions of their requests may not fit.
Well, if we're only doing 50,000 apiece, I mean, some of these have substantially higher requests, double or maybe triple. So one would assume that 50,000 would be within the guidelines.
I can give you a 99% yes on that. That,
For all three districts.
yes, sir.
And that's going off your conversation with Matt down in Southeast Kansas.
Salaries are acceptable.
Certain salaries.
Certain.
Yes, sir. That money is very tied into COVID, and if it fits, yes, sir, it is reimbursable.
So should the motion say up to 50,000?
Or do we have to do much? Do we have to do much? Can we just approve it?
Yeah, because we're actually the ones we have to approve the monies.
Yes, sir. Y'all the first layer.
Well, I just
We
didn't know.
have to approve the monies.
Okay. So the motion would basically go as follows, I think, that to approve $50,185 for USD 244, 245, and 243 come from the ARPA funds. Do we want to add anything to that, Denise, or does that sound sufficient?
I would say with option of revisiting for more funds if they find something, not just base it at 100 or 50,185. At this time it would be like 50,185 with option to come back to the board, and if there's more things that need to be purchased or whatever that falls under the. I just didn't want to stipulate it too.
Yeah, we don't want to end it there. That's
Right.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. So,
That sounds very wise. Yes, sir.
Because that's what we was discussing earlier, they could always come back for more, these that wanted more, they could always come back and get
we want to make sure everybody's within the criteria.
Right.
Qualifying.
It's better to give it when they need it instead of having to take back from them.
Yes, sir.
That is a motion, so I move.
Jesse's moved. All second and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for coming down, helping us out with that.
Thanks for working this out.
Yes, sir.
So, get business, hopefully then, Wade had something too, I guess we'll text him. But I have a question, 20-minute executive session with the board to discuss non-elected personnel job performance.
You need anything for that one, or no, that's just the board?
Just the board. But after we're done with that, we want to see if he's gonna be ready, because I know he had one. So.
I'll second.
Tim, moved, Jesse seconded, any discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 10:03, 21.
I've got a law enforcement issue I have to deal with for, the next 20, hopefully 20 or so minutes. So if you just let them know as soon as I'm done with that, I'll be back down.
Okay.
Meats. Sometimes it takes them forever to do that.
I feel like I got inside.
The head stuffed chucks were always just sitting there. They need to provide snacks.
Hopefully once I get going, I can run upstairs. I'm hungry.
You guys are gonna have to start sitting having a thing.
It feels like a Monday.
Just so everyone knows, if you ever take a little break on the way back. How about Wade?
He's got one. He said he's got law enforcement interview. It'll take him about 20 minutes, but as soon as he's done, he'll get here. So it might still be a few minutes.
We'll start in on our signing till we, unless somebody else has something else.
Are we gonna want lunch today?
You
I wouldn't rule out supper yet.
Yeah, you do.
We want lunch?
No, I meant, you're gonna rule out supper.
No.
I mean, that's a little too long.
It's my treat today.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, the county needs to handle that.
I'm doing it.
We used to bring in donuts or rolls every Monday morning. We kind of got out of the habit of that.
It's my treat today.
We were all sitting there eating, and Tom, of course, didn't like to eat the bread or the donuts. I understand that. So we kind of got out of the habit of bringing goodies in the morning.
Yeah, I ruined it for everybody, being Diabetic.
Will you eat pizza?
So you want pizza, Casey's, or what do you, what
Let's
is it?
do Pizza Hut. Is Pizza Hut fine? What do we want?
Don on the board was just ordered about, I think she always got three and just some different mixers. And normally I think got them from Casey's most of the time. But they don't make difference
Pizza
to
Hut,
me.
if you want that.
That'll work.
Just a couple of different
It's your
desserts.
choice, and it's
Woohoo.
3 different kinds, like a meat lovers and a supreme and something else. How's that?
Sounds good. So if you're gonna start checks, then I'll go get that going.
I think we will. That was, go ahead and start checks while we're waiting on Waiter to come back from what he's doing. So,
Show on the road.
here it is. I won't pick up my desk, so I don't, because it becomes part of the.
Part of the voucher. There's your bucket. Get the real list of away, can
Well, Andrew said to tell you that Jeremy sent that over today, so.
So they're gonna do away with their home,
Oh, the Coffee County Health.
Yeah, he's
home
on the
health, with
agenda.
their home health.
All right.
I have read that over completely.
And we
Yeah,
still got to
He
sign.
just sent it over and
Bob's
she just got it down.
Yeah, we need to, sign that agreement with Bobby.
Oh, we do.
Probably before we forget to do anything different. Since we approved it. This is not really officially approved until it's signed.
Do I have an original to start with?
I've got
I marked all over mine.
I've got one here that's clean.
Okay. Mine has chicken scratches.
Where'd you get a chicken?
I didn't find a page to sign.
Need to know that.
I looked through every page.
The second page.
I looked over. it. Cause I knew there, thought there had to be one in there, but I didn't say it.
There you go. Need that contact Bobby.
We also need to figure out who we're gonna use for the county sale, equipment sale.
Oh,
Big Iron, Purple Wave, or Heartland.
did Heartland have a better,
I don't know that anybody had anything better.
Thing about Purple Wave, it doesn't cost you anything other than, it doesn't cost you anything.
But
yeah, it goes back to the buyer.
It doesn't cost you anything.
Buyer premium.
And they said that it didn't think it affected the sale, even though the buyer's gonna pay the 10%.
If somebody, the things that we're looking at, somebody wants it, they're gonna buy it.
All right, there's that one.
Thank you.
I'm not sure we need to make a decision here quick, but then again, there's maybe no reason.
Right.
We know we got a list of equipment, so no reason why to put it off either.
right. Well, I'm just thinking of stuff that's sitting in the background.
That gives us a way to clean off the desk.
Yeah, another folder, I don't know.
I guess I really don't have a preference myself.
I know, 'cause I'm not familiar with any of the three. I was just here. I've heard of Big Iron, that's all. But the other one,
I've heard of all three.
I hadn't heard that one.
One is local, is all.
Heartland, I hadn't heard of that.
But they're only charging 2%. It's over $35,000 of sales, so that's not horrible.
No, it's not.
It sounds, it looks like they've got at least a plug-in price on the train. Nobody has on the plug-in, of course, that's gonna be especially high.
Yeah. Somebody like Nelson's Worries or
APAC.
Mid-State or APAC or Firstman, somebody buy that for hugging at the quarries or something.
Yeah.
First seen that company, I guess. Got all sorts of stuff out quick.
Thank you. Became a blind installer. That's too nice. That's been interesting.
Got more patience than I do.
We got.
Denise, I'm back on this again. People are just out of town for a deal and they eat. Doesn't that become part of their salary, or is that's taxable from the IRS or something?
Okay, if you just go for the day, like you go to Topeka and you come back, you're supposed to turn it in to me and it gets taxed on your payroll. If you spend the night, it is not taxable.
It started, right, or no?
No, this is mine.
Keep me alive.
Yep.
When's your last day, Denise?
December 30th.
Congratulations.
Thanks for hanging around till then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really.
Well, it's not December 30th yet.
That's not an
I
option.
didn't want to leave my team with no one to help with, you know, there's an election
Oh, yeah.
and November is really busy because you have 3 holidays and you basically have 2 payrolls because of longevity and you know, all of that. So, plus I didn't get my longevity if I didn't stay till December
What's your plan?
to travel,
I'm sorry?
to travel.
Just retired.
Yeah.
Your husband, he's retired also.
He already did.
Yeah.
He retired when they did the buyout at Woodward, and then he went back for a year and a half as a contractor, but he left again June 30th.
But when Denise retired, he might go back to work.
He did
That might be a good reason to, might be a good reason to.
Yours are
in there. Thank you. No, actually, we're one of those rare people who get along, so we both would like to try.
start looking for a new job.
You should.
Hasn't been on the news lately.
The election is Tuesday, that's not that long.
Yeah.
Yesterday I went, is it Tuesday?
Where did September go?
Where'd the year go?
Yeah.
Empty Shells Christmas is right around the corner.
That got canceled.
Christmas will be canceled
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it's not.
it's still up.
Yeah.
because the Scrooge is
I'm
taking
not
all the
canceled.
stuff.
I'm not either. I'm a little hard-headed.
I like that how they said, you can start going places, and I never stop. They would have one life to live, I'm not spending it in the basement.
No. I still work. I still rent.
Every day.
Last year, when it first happened, we went to Phoenix and stayed at the hotel during the cold, you know, and you had to wear a mask indoors, of course, so we did, but we feel like, oh, we're the only ones there.
Things happen.
And the whole cold there, yeah.
Just another day.
I said, "All right, this works for me."
hotel restaurant, they went through that time.
I don't understand why everybody's still so short staffed. Don't people have to work?
I don't know.
I don't get it either.
I've had a job since I was 15 years old.
I think I was 14.
But everywhere you go, you see health wanted signs.
Oh, yeah.
And they're gonna put 60 million out possibly?
Oh.
More? I see nothing good.
Night. Some of these people were smart, they'd be jumping in on some of these jobs right now, where when everybody's getting back to work again, they already have a job, and they're in there.
My Jamie decided that 100-pound timber wasn't enough, so she got 2 kittens.
That's a good combination. That should make for excitement.
Grandson's coming up this weekend to go trick or treating. That was nice.
Yeah.
He's gonna be at least
Did I read an email or something that a bunch of kids from the school or daycare coming over to go down trick or treating sometime?
The afternoon almost comes every year, but she called and asked if the morning preschool could come too. So I just sent an email to department heads to
When
let
is
them know.
this?
Huh?
When is this?
Thursday.
Thursday.
They'll be here around 9:30, 9:45. And then the ones, they always come in the afternoon.
No school Friday.
No school Friday.
I don't believe so.
You just came because they ordered pizza.
Come down for it.
Burlington gets to travel to Galena Saturday night.
Huh?
Burlington gets to travel to Galena Friday night. Galena, you know where Galena's at?
Mhm.
Clear down in the corner of the county, just next door to Joplin.
Oh, really?
It'll be a long trip.
My granddaughter got us tickets to the Pitt State homecoming game Saturday.
Okay,
That's in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to it.
That's a little bit different.
I had to make that mission, so Susan agreed.
Don't they start this playoff games early?
6:30.
Oh, 6:30.
Thinking that 30 minutes early.
That's left up to the 2 teams. There's games start at 6. There's probably even some games in the afternoon. All right, we go legal, but I haven't heard a start time for it.
And there's just a couple of minutes to do that. Do you need to-
We'll bring you some pizza.
Yeah.
That's fine. I was just
We'll make Angie,
teasing her.
we'll make Angie bring you pizza.
Yeah.
You know, I have a lot of junk, don't I? I like these cards.
paid out $3,605 for inmate housing
At where?
at Allen County.
Yeah.
Just
And we paid out $1,295 for inmate housing at, Howard.
There's another one there from another county for a few $100s. This one's got 3 inmates in it.
Yes.
Yes.
And it,
Sorry.
I'm surprised they're still another $35. I'm surprised you don't get a little more.
With everything else going up.
I'm sure it will.
we'll have to, because pretty soon, we have to feed them and everything else.
Yep. We went grocery shopping lately. This way went out.
Yesterday.
$100 don't buy much.
My wife refused to go to the shop. I did. No, it's no really excuse. Okay.
I'm always behind when I go grocery shopping. I'll find something to eat somewhere.
I don't mind getting, I get what I want to eat.
I need
I hate to go to the
Each one of us are just gonna take turns, it's whichever one's the burnt and good.
I go to the grocery store, stand there and go, oh my God, I'm not paying this kind of money for this.
We're getting the routine down.
And my wife says, well, you have been, so.
And our attorney fee go up on contract. Did our attorney fee
Yes.
go
Yeah, they seem like they go up quite often.
What is it, $1,100 some now?
up? $1,678.
Well, that's, okay, the retainer fees for the attorneys, I think it's about $11.30 or $11.40. I'll get what that one states for now. There's probably services involved now.
Contract attorney fee, contractual for October.
Yes, I didn't look at it closely. The retainage fee is only a little over $1,100.
It might say, it should say on there if it's for additional.
It's down.
Didn't look at it closely.
I think it's $1,100 something for regular, for,
It's just a retainer fee for about 6 of them, 5 or 6 attorneys. It's $1,120, $30, $40. For 2 years ago, when I
it's
first,
a piece,
I'm sorry,
a piece.
a piece. Yeah, that's a piece.
A piece.
It's about $6,000 a month for just a retainer.
Is that one part of that, or?
I don't think that one was.
I don't think it's identified correctly, but I can't answer that either. I think this may be somewhere they did some extra fees over, those retaining fees, like I said, I think they're in that $1,000, a little over the $1,100 range. Because they took about $150 to $200 jump
What
last
is
year.
that?
We could ask
Is that anything on
Angie,
the back?
Angie might be able to
Is that
answer
anything on
that.
the back of it?
If there's some work performed for that higher bill. Because those straight retaining fees are $1,100.
Yeah, I am not sure, I'd have to ask Mr. Porter.
How much is that?
16. I'd say there's some fees or some.
That's what I'm
I'd
guessing.
say there's some service tied to that, I imagine.
It just triggered a question.
Yeah, it's over the 1,100 something. Probably something.
Where that work was done, Tom, paid by, it's gonna be refunded. It's gonna be refunded to KDHE.
Who authorized
This
that?
work,
Must be the landfill.
well, it's been, or is that work down here on this filling station been for it?
Yes. That is it.
I can't identify the location. Because we do know we're getting some money back for this project.
Yes, it has to. Yes, it has to.
I bet that's where it's
Yeah,
at.
it has to.
It's the new rate because they had 2 attorneys drop off and so they had to increase it to keep the ones they have, so
So the individual attorney is still gonna be 1,100?
that is the rate.
That's a brand new rate that just started?
Whether we use them or not.
But we need to try to cut that number. I wonder, and that'd be a weight question, I wonder how often we're used there. You know, that's right there for 6 attorneys, during the year, that's $10,000.
Wasn't it a year ago, 1,100?
There's only 3 attorneys.
Well, they're down to 3 now? See, it was 5 or 6, I'm sure of that, I'm confident 5 or 6.
Why did they drop down?
One of them, didn't one of the locals here retire?
Brian Joy's on it. And, I can't take it.
Did Linda retire?
Because it was just a little over $1,100.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I should have questioned that up front. I figured there's some service involved in that.
It was about $600 when I came here, so. All one work.
It may take me a month or two to get used to that one.
Yep, there's another one for that amount.
For 16. Well, I think there used to be 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, I've moved your purse, your chair in your office. We
Oh, you went
used the
through it?
desk.
Oh,
No, it was on the desk. I
Oh,
just
okay.
moved it instead of the chair.
okay. I was like, okay, it's a mess. You want to clean it up?
Oh, no, no, just,
Okay, yeah, please.
yeah, no, it's all right. Just, if you don't see it on the desk, that's why. Just have a thing.
Yeah, here's the third one on the terms, so. Yeah, they're all labeled that contractual.
I'm guessing that's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember this having a flu drive here.
$1,100 for transportation in prison.
Once you add that to the jail, the housing in
I
it.
think that one might have been coming here
Oh,
from that way out west. That's the way I read it.
792 miles.
Be round trip, wouldn't it?
Bin inspection, if it's two axles. If it's two axles, it is titled, taggable.
What if it's on one axle?
You can't have a tag for that.
Well, me too, that's two axles.
Those two.
What if there's no in them like a table trailer? But you have a title. Certified.
It's required to prove the long bin inspection.
Right.
And they never did.
They never had a problem with revenue big time. They know about it about 5 years.
Yeah.
They have a title.
How do you know you get the trailer you say you're getting? If you don't have a
Because I
bin,
have a different.
well, no, the bin, you have no way to cross check. Might have a hot trailer. That's how that works. Drop some dirt on it.
Well, just put it out. Listen out, rain.
Probably fine, I would say.
So we looked all over that. See, I found any problem, they got a title. They didn't go across.
Do we need to make sure that this guy's reserved? Yeah, like, I have health care.
Oh, I haven't had a good see yet.
Okay, how is it? If this was in health care here, it's not. Can't compete with it, and it's not something to verify the cost of it. I think we probably need some explanations to Jeremy.
It'll be in, doesn't it?
He'll be here
That's the only
Monday.
reason why.
Yeah.
And the guy didn't have a title. So I had to go. Yeah, yeah, that's what I have to say. I don't think you can. I don't think. Should be fine.
Pardon me? Okay.
Howard Kim was calling me, probably my vehicle warranties out.
Mm-hmm. I answered one of the vehicle warranty deals. Went ahead and went past recording. She said, our research shows your Buick Enclave, the warranty is up. You didn't do very good research. I sold it about 8 months ago.
Just ask them which vehicle it is. They can't even tell you which vehicle it is. Most of the time.
This one, they said Buick Enclave.
Oh, they did know. Yes, sir.
They said, well, can we take care of your other vehicles? I'm like, no, we're good.
You hear it, yes,
There must be a money-making deal.
I'll start off with my 1989, and they go, you have another one?
Getting about 2 calls, 1 or 2 calls a week on it.
always call them, try to sell them something. You know, when they call, I'll turn around and try to sell them something. You know, they hang up on me real quick, like. Waste their time.
Save my vehicle.
And you can worry about it, yeah, exactly.
It's still raining out.
Yeah. It's all coming up from the south, there's a little bit yellow, a little bit more yellow coming in.
Payday for my guy.
Is this the end of
That's
these?
it. Yeah, 3 of them there, that's it.
got it. I was thinking about election.
About when the moon had. Peter will be after me for. Coon hat.
I've never seen so many people in favor for Peter right now because of Fauci killing those beagles.
Yeah.
On the testing lab.
You know what?
Everybody loves Peter now.
I'll tell you what, I checked and they're not real happy with Dr. Fauci.
No, they're not.
And I just read I'll be deleting my Fox weather app now. Because they're promoting climate change.
Fox is.
Fox weather.
Fox weather.
I'm looking into how do I delete the app right now.
Just push and hold on to it, and say remove, uninstall. Yep.
I'm tired of, thank you. $10,000 in a year.
Yeah, they
People
moved,
better be paying
they
attention.
moved that up from 600 to 10,000.
Yeah, if you spend more than 10,000, IRS can look at your bank account if this goes through.
Yeah, but haven't they taken that out?
No, they raised it to 10.
Well, 10, it's always been 10,
Well, it was 600 a month.
but they've changed.
Now they changed it to 10,000, which to the public sounds pretty good. But that's for the full year.
When I was there at the First National and ended up being Citizens, it was in any document, 10,000.
Yeah.
It was cash.
That's what
Had to
they're
be
relying,
cash, but it happened 3 times a month, it had to be reported.
but they put annually at the end now.
Technically, that's better than anything. I mean, that's better than what it was.
No, that's for the whole year. So if you go over
That's not only
10,000,
cash.
Well, in other words, that's still $600 or $1,000, and they add them all together, it's over 10.
Yeah.
I bet they don't get that passed through, but that's just my assumption.
it may be an executive order if it comes down to it, that they talk.
It used to be any 10,000 transactions
Yep,
3 or 4 years ago.
But wasn't that a cash transaction?
Cash,
Cash only,
cash on,
not a check.
no.
But this is any
any,
transaction,
Yeah, I didn't take it as that, I guess it was very close enough.
any transaction.
Okay, it was, those prior to it was 10.
it's not the banking
10 cash.
association. I don't know if it's on my email.
But you'd be
on
kind
that.
of surprised how many of those transactions come through.
Cattle. One time.
Not very many cattle.
No, no, especially right now.
Your wheels are turning, I see.
Yeah. I'm just thinking.
I noticed. Long as it don't hurt, it's all good.
Our first executive session was I to go and visit, or is that you?
I don't think we decided.
Do we need to?
Have to wait.
Oh.
I think.
Okay. We are done.
Okay, I didn't want it to wait until next week.
I thought too, the people in the States on earlier night, I thought I used to be, I guess they just changed it on themselves. They used to have to come in and ask us if they could stay up overnight. I see they just do it on their own now. No questions asked.
This is the meeting in Kansas City, Bob.
No, this is something in St. Joe.
Okay.
2 road bridge people went to it.
Okay. You know, going to, KEC meeting, the only person that I see from that was Tom. We had several others up there, but they never had a request that I remember.
I guess they just take it on themselves to do it, you know, we don't have to worry about it, don't worry about it.
Well, we can sure send out a memo if they have to.
I think Collinsville one has had a request from KC. I could be wrong on that, but
I think it would only be appropriate if they come in and ask. I mean, if people ask us, how's come they were there? At least we know. Instead of, I don't know, didn't even know they went.
Exactly. I would agree with that statement.
well, Andrew could send out a notice on that.
Right.
County's the one that pays for it, we ought to have a right to know.
Exactly.
There's one in that road, bridge 1200, I looked it up, and it was a KC bridge, and 3 is what it was up there.
If you're ready to do your deal and you got a busy day, then we can stop what we're doing. Andrew's went to get lunch.
Okay, I just need maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
I just had a law enforcement try to get the request. Commission recess into executive session, consultation with county counselor to discuss county policy related to the vaccine mandate, and that discussion would be deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exemption to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B2, myself and the board.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's made the motion.
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll go in at 11:19 for 20 minutes.
We can take these on our board.
It's Casey's because Pizza Hut wasn't open yet.
It'll be fun. Did you make it back, girl?
I did, lunch was out there.
Okay. I'll take a short break and have a little bit of lunch. Like 20 minutes. We'll go to each break room instead of chewing in front of the microphone or something. Thank you, Andrea.
Oh, no problem.
You gonna join us?
Sure, if I come up there.
Uh-oh.
Figure out, just bring us a count and my count.
Go ahead.
Do you have another load that needs to come down?
Oh, I've got a lot. I got it set up on in here, I've got the full heads up, and get a machine in here. For first thing in the morning, so I gotta-
Yeah, she
And
got
I gotta
mine.
get the trailer at the landfill, so I ran to some truck. Okay. Yeah, you go.
Ladies first, that's what I say. Tip in there.
I'm in there, I heard, I've heard this.
And normally the cook eats last. If I'm fixing something, I eat last. No, sir, not.
You bet. You did that. I can understand it. Good.
So you said that. Janet, your training today?
She's been doing it. She does a group here, group there. She's been in doing it for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, what? Do it all in one day.
That's what. That'd be nuts.
Maybe there's not a place big enough for her to do that.
They had to rent a building for a voting place last time, and I didn't ask her this time.
I told her, she was like, I don't know.
Why don't she come?
We're just going down to the other room.
We're off camera. We can watch what everybody else watches.
We can hear what.
Yeah, they go up here.
That room ain't open.
Huh?
That room ain't open.
It's open. Here they hear what.
That's true.
Yeah, I think we need to go down.
All right. Then we're on.
We'll go down to the back and take a hear a talk. Okay, I heard it said that. Maybe.
Because the 20-minute lunch break started at 11:42. I don't know how specific.
I, you want me to?
I'll go down.
Go ahead. I thought you was gonna take the right road.
Well,
So the other road, not the right road, there's the wrong road. The other way.
the other way. Our lunch break is over. I did say we break for about 20 minutes. I think we went over that. Do apologize to anybody that might be watching.
That's supposed to be done with those.
Oh, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Payment on your account did not go through. Please update payment method.
Oh,
Facebook.
I get the Amazon ones. I'll leave them open.
You don't even get very many.
What amazes me is the one that's thinking about a TV for $375. They call you a house move. That's. I usually try to call them back. And, say, yeah, you have purchased for this amount. Oh, I'm looking at the Amazon app, and right now, there's nothing that shows on it quick.
Trying to get you to buy something you didn't,
They're trying to get you to give you your account number.
exactly. The rascals, isn't it?
You have something else you wanna do before we get done signing? We'll go in a round table for a short.
Are you in roundtable?
No, but if you, we thought earlier if we had something business wise, we'd just go ahead and take care of it before we got the round table, so to speak.
Well, so this morning, Dr. Sloyer was in, I contacted Dr. Sloyer to come in and talk about the vaccine mandate. I think Representative Eric Smith also spoke about the vaccine mandate in short, and that leads up to what has been requested on behalf of the board is a resolution opposing vaccine mandates. So there's a proposed resolution, and I hand it to Commissioner Knight, and then let him take over from there. But to basically maybe set the stage with those who are watching, who kind of maybe, what are we talking about? Maybe have a brief dialogue on what's happening, and then the resolution, should you decide to go with it, will speak for itself, but maybe just a little background before you get to that point, because I'm sure there'll be people who are watching who are interested. So, turn it over to you.
Resolution number 2021-878. A resolution opposing all local, state, and federal mandates requiring individuals to be vaccinated for COVID-19. Whereas on September 9, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden announced plans to direct the U.S. Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, to develop an emergency temporary standard, ETS, directed at all private sector businesses with 100 or more employees to require their employees to either be vaccinated against COVID-19 virus or require any workers who remain unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on at least a weekly basis before coming to work. I'm probably not going to read all of this because it would bore the heck out of a lot of people.
I don't know if you need to read it all, and I do that sometimes, but I'm not sure you need to read it all. You just want to basically say what the gist of why the board is moving forward with this resolution. I guess what the impetus is to do so, and then the resolution, should you decide to pass it, I think speaks for itself.
Myself and Tim have visited about this quite a bit with Wade, and we're not anti-vaccine, we're just anti-mandate. And I feel there's a lot of people in the country that is that way. And I don't think anything should be forced upon employees. And then they have to sign a waiver to do it or quit their job or be fired. So this is the reason for presenting this to the council, the commissioners this morning.
I'd just like to add, the biggest problem I have with the mandates is when a person has to give consent. To me, the word mandate / consent don't go together.
I think the board as a whole kind of agrees. So I guess we need a motion to pass this resolution.
Yep, so we'll need to, someone come up with a motion specific to this resolution, and then take it to the floor. And if you all agree, then sign it. So
I'll
this is what it says in opposition. And there is no mandate within the county government of Coffee County. There hasn't been, even going back to the mask recommendation, the entire time it was a mask recommendation, not a mandate from the county. And there was a similar resolution, I don't remember the number, but opposing the mask mandate. Issued, I think at that point in time by the governor. So this is opposition to any mandate locally at the state level or at the federal level by the Board of County Commissioners for Coffee County. Is that it?
Well, and to make it perfectly clear, I guess, to anybody that may still be watching, it would be that we're not telling you not to get the vaccine. If you would like a vaccine, they're available, get one. That's what you choose to do. If you choose not to get one, it should be your right to do the either or. So that's what we're basically proposing. So.
And within this, just to follow up on that, within this proposed resolution, the last sentence at the bottom of page 1, whereas although this board is in opposition to a vaccine mandate, we remain committed to support those citizens who make the individual choice to get vaccinated against the virus. I think that's putting into words what you just said.
Great.
It's, should be the individual's choice.
I'll second it. Missy moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah. This is signature.
Okay.
Thank you, Wade.
Thank you, sir. And also we have a one going around to get what's done.
Do you need anything else from me?
Do you have anything else you wish to share with us?
Usually don't on a Wednesday, so. I think for now, unless you have something else for me.
But then what I brought to you earlier, if you want to, what you want to do with that.
That's up to you.
The only other thing I was thinking, when we went into executive session about the land acquisition. I don't know if we need to have a second one with you and Mr. Johnson today, or you want to wait and do that Monday?
I'm not too sure this is Wednesday, Monday's 5 days away. I'm not too sure we have, I'll see if Tom and Wade's gonna be available. Probably give them,
Right now,
a brief update on what we did discuss earlier.
I wouldn't mind informing if that's okay.
And information.
I mean, if you've got a tight schedule, then we can, I don't know what your schedule's like today.
I'm free. I'm free for right now. Still consider it lunchtime, I guess.
Okay, so,
Let me check and see if the sheriff is available.
okay, let's do that. And then If he is, when you both get here, we'll do a 15-minute. I'm sorry.
About what now?
I don't think so.
You okay?
Thank you.
Stick some dirt on me and call it good.
No, we're not ready for that.
I do have to apologize. I wore my breast cancer awareness shirt, but I didn't realize when I put it on that I actually put so much paint on it one day. But thank you. Thank you. I had to get a hold of the cancer support group and buy another. It's like,
I've never been the dress up type or the dressy type, I guess.
we was talking about that. Oh, earlier this morning before we come into commission about my trip and some of the little cities in New York that we stopped in, upstate New York, and they have big buildings that are big brick, 4 or 5-story brick buildings along the Mohawk River in this little town. And they would have pictures showing people just lining the streets, and there were factories in these big buildings back in the day, back in the heyday, you know. We were talking about the city of Burlington, how it was in the early 70s, even when I came here. I think there was 3 downtown restaurants, 3 hotels. There was a restaurant at that end of town, a restaurant at that end of town. I bought my first suit here in Burlington, Kansas. You can buy shoes, buy bicycles, buy anything and everything. You never had to leave town.
Hey, all clothing one too, in that clothing store on the north side.
Well, I think Lebo had a clothing, I think Mercantile or something like that.
We had a little bit of clothing deal there in Little, but didn't have a big selection.
Lebo pretty big back, I mean, pretty booming back, of course, a lot of these towns were.
But it's just, the only reason, I guess, is just too easy to get somewhere. If you want to change
Make too good of roads, right?
something. I know back in the early 1900s to 1800, late 1800s, or whatever, getting 25 miles seemed like a long way. Now 45 miles, 50, 60 miles, no big deal.
How many miles a day did you guys travel?
On vacation?
I mean, most people run 300-400 miles and stop, but I didn't know. I didn't know if you was set for, 800 mile day.
No, we would do maybe 250.
Really?
At best. I mean, we wouldn't leave the campsite till like 11. Maybe at the next one by 4:30. Be okay. We never, I'd say out of 15 days, I think we ate out 5 times maybe. We did stay in a motel one night in Santa Claus, Indiana, because there was no RV sites open. A lot of them were having their Halloween stuff. Like we pulled
Festivals.
like we pulled in this one in Erie, Pennsylvania, and they said, oh, tonight they're having trick-or-treaters, because there's a bunch of families that trick-or-treaters are going around, so we had to run into town Walmart and buy candy and decorations. That's fine.
Always gotta go to Walmart. No matter what state you're in.
Well, I don't know if you've been to Erie, Pennsylvania. All those towns up there, well, you're not just there, but they're all spread out.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, it's not like you go up, run down 21st Street or Wanamaker and Topeka. It's like, there's Walmart, and another mile down the road is Menards, and then another mile down the road is something else.
Wow. Bruce goes out there to Columbus, Ohio. Don't care to go any further.
But I would suggest if you've never seen Portland, Maine, I wouldn't suggest driving, I would fly. Because it was, downtown was pretty neat.
Really?
I like it. A lot of people, but it'd be a nice place to visit for 2 or 3 days.
You didn't go for the big crab in Maine?
They don't have crab in Maine evidently, they're known for lobster.
Lobster, that's right, that's lobster, yeah.
You can get lobster in your macaroni and cheese, you can get it in your eggs.
Give me peace.
The lobster are pretty good.
I'll eat crab legs.
Well, they said they're not having the king crab season this year. I think they shut it down maybe for 3 years. Right? Can you imagine what the price of them little burgers are gonna be like?
But what I did discover in Maine, like along the coast there, it's a lot like the Gulf Coast where there's houses, motels. Not a whole bunch of public access, if you will. Mostly private.
Yeah, as far as what you have, be a little bit good about putting up, bars, yes, you can get all that stuff.
Doesn't matter how many times you tell people. I guess.
Right. Well, they deliver too. I don't know if they deliver you. They deliver to us.
That was blue.
Oh, that Bluestown?
There was no delivery charge, I'm sure it drove up there.
Yeah.
Sure. Got a lot of stuff purchased.
Yeah. A lot of money.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Revenue went away, we spent a lot of our reserves just paying existing bills.
Yeah, oh, lickety split.
I wonder what is roughly 1 month of bills for the county. Just, I mean, just like bills, not like,
Right.
total expenses, just bills. I don't know how to say that. You see them all come through here one at a time, but my calculator doesn't go that high or that fast.
I'm gonna text him that he can come on back shortly.
I'm not gonna get this going slow.
Internet's probably going down. Starting on that.
Thank you.
You can't cancel the whole wind system.
Weather app. Deleted it all.
Eventually, I won't be able to watch any news.
I'm telling you, your life will be a lot
You'd be a
happier.
lot better off.
I know it. I know it.
But that is kind of taking the ostrich in the sand,
Yes,
head in the sand.
and not paying attention. I just watch because I want to know what they're up to.
Well, you can guarantee it's no good, so you just automatically assume that.
I guess I had too many kids. I want to know what they was doing.
858,000.
858,000.
That's for this month.
Is that a pretty average?
We didn't have anything special.
Almost $1 million in bills.
I'll stop griping. For motion. At all.
That's not including payroll.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
It's billed.
just operation.
In the paper once a month, it runs about anywhere from 2.5, 2.8 million every month.
That's good.
It's a full, takes in full page
Everything.
that we publish.
Yeah.
And then down at the bottom, it's got the salaries and keep capers, or keep whatever it says, capers, everything broken out.
Take it all out from us. Yeah, publish it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's mowing time.
Yeah.
They're tearing stuff up. Yeah, my fuel bill's running about 270,000 a month. Now. Yeah. Yeah,
But who's the highest you've been?
we've seen like 370s, almost 380. I did, there was one in, Texas, and I think there was, 403, but that's out in the middle of nowhere. I think there's 7 or 8 bucks, I don't know, I suppose.
I got it written down for Monday, so we don't forget it. Probably quick.
You're sitting here paying OPEC, right?
Because I'd actually go ahead and make a meeting.
No, we do it ourselves.
Right. Cut that out, just like that.
Was suggested that each person maybe speak to all of them.
I guess I didn't.
Because she's basically legitimately the department head.
Yeah. Probably were. I didn't know. I don't know.
You done, Tim? You got anything for roundtable energy?
I do not.
Tim?
One thing I'm gonna ask on the county health system, did we ever get that report?
Yeah, month 3 or 4 to the breakout, no, we have not. Jeremy's supposed to be here Monday, the first Monday of every month is what, I forgot what Tom said. And, you know, this letter was passed out today, we probably need to visit with Jeremy just a little bit on that next Monday.
He sent it this morning and asked that I pass that on to you guys.
Okay, yeah, I figured he had. I'm sure he probably asked, probably I'll ask him a question or two on some of it.
That was it.
Make a note of that and we'll bring it up Sunday as well.
All right.
I have nothing.
I'm good to go.
Well, we're waiting on Wade to get back, because I wouldn't mind having that discussion with him and Johnson before we leave today, so that way we're not carrying on. We'll go to the auction stuff, if you don't mind. I did some rough calculations. Of course, Purple Wave values are 20-some thousand dollars lower than Heartland's. I mean, but I doubt any of these numbers are gonna be exact. They're kind of a guess, but at least Heartland did have a general idea what that crane might be worth, which would be some of the dollar amount change. I guess we need to probably decide which way we want to head so we can disperse these items as they're just sitting there. I do know things are selling well right now.
I know, I've had a lot of, I've got a company in Wichita that I visit with frequently, and he sells all his stuff on auction time, and he said it's just going nuts. And I think we sold one of our fire trucks. Did one of our fire trucks? No, that went through Purple Wave, I think it was.
It was Purple.
Station 6 rescue truck went that direction. I mean,
I guess we just need to come to consensus which one you want.
Rural Water sold a couple of their trucks, last few trucks on Purple Wave, and it was unbelievable the price that they got for those trucks. We thought they were basically salvage. They weren't.
I don't think it's gonna matter where you post them, it's probably gonna bring for too decent, so.
That's what I think. I think it doesn't matter where you put them, they're gonna bring basically the same price, but the thing I like about Purple Wave, I guess, is it's no cost to us.
Yeah, if these items come in, what they're suggesting, the fee for Heartland would be around $42.50.
or $250.
Yeah.
In fees.
Yeah. That 2%.
With this equipment all being from Road and Bridge too. I know we make the final decision, I fully respect that, but we need to visit with Wayne a little bit, see if he's got one idea over the other one.
It's our decision, it's not his.
I fully realize that. But he's all this partner's equipment. And I'm not saying it's required.
It is, but we need to get rid of it.
I believe it's his suggestion that we look at the Purple Wave or Big Iron, and he was wanting to know which one we wanted to choose at that time. That's when I said, I knew Heartland was at least in town and kind of local, and maybe ought to give him a shot, so we just need to. Well, I'd like to do Purple Wave, but there's no fees.
I think,
Your net return shouldn't make any difference
I think
if they're gonna bring a certain value.
if it's no expense to the county, I think that's the way I just think that's the way we should go.
These people that's gonna be buying these, I have no trouble in Purple Wave either. Well, I've never dealt with any of these. But all these buyers are gonna know exactly what that cost is, whether they're paying it up front or whether we're paying them. The net back to Coffee County probably will not change. Everybody just got a different way of doing it. And I'm not acquainted with that, so.
I've never bought a Purple Wave or any of them.
Purple Wave's got a big name out there,
They do have a big name and it's one of the,
big following,
one of the urban ones probably.
yeah.
You know, Big Iron, both of them said they had, how many thousand
Oh,
followers?
yeah, Big Iron
Both
came
of
up.
All of them probably got followers.
You know what? I bet 85% of them are the same followers.
Same followers.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Probably,
Kinda like-
probably greater than that.
kind of like John Deere, or we're international. I mean,
Well, a person I'm associated with had Hartman, sell an item for him, he got a lot more than he was expecting. But again, Jeff Hartman says things are just booming right now everywhere, so.
Probably a good time to proceed ahead as quickly
Well,
as
that's
we
why
can.
I think we gotta come to consensus.
Well, I mean, they are local. It is a local individual.
True, but it's not like we're comparing money to money, it's like comparing money to nothing. If there's no expenses, I think we should, that just might be, I will go with the local way. I'll get you Burrow. Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, they've got a different formula, the way they handle their sales, but like I said, these buyers, they're gonna know exactly what that value is. Will they pay the 10 up front? They're gonna discount the price that they're bidding. And we'll end up with the same net,
yeah,
within 3 or 4% probably.
they'll know exactly what that's gonna cost them, that bid number, or that money value.
Wayne's on the way, I guess. I just got a message. He's on the way.
People watching.
That's what it's about to do.
So, Bob, you want Purple Wave, you were.
I'll support, I think all three of them could do a great job. Net value back to us is probably, we're gonna be very little difference. I technically don't have a choice. I'll support whatever the majority of you do.
Jim?
And I think some of us,
I like the idea of promote local.
Yeah.
And
I like the idea of promoting local too, if that helps you at all.
Yeah, I mean, and I know auction time, and I know Purple Wave and Big Iron, but I don't have a favorite, that's for darn sure.
And I don't either.
I don't
I
either.
never bought off of any of them, never sold off of any of them.
I mean, I do understand Bob's point of it's, Purple Wave is 100% free to us. But I think I'm with Dawn. It's gonna net the same amount of money to us regardless. So whichever way we go, if we can do something, promote local.
Well, one thing about it, we'll never know. We'll never know whether it was equal or not.
Right.
You won't. There's an honest statement there, you will not. Just whether you want to promote local or whether you just want to get rid of them. Matters not.
well, we can try one way this way, and another year, if we decide we want to change. We've got the right to change.
I mean, your fire district's already selling through Purple Wave. Or I'm guessing that's where one of them went through. So, I mean, I don't know, I suppose it went that way. But I mean, we can try, I mean, I'm for Hartman, I guess. It's a local individual, and it might be easier to get in contact and back and forth and take pictures and do more social media postings, and I don't know. I mean,
Like I said, we do it this time, if performance isn't quite what we expect, next time we can move a different direction in a year or two.
We can wait for Wayne to show up and see what much pay, I guess. Kind of wait for Wade.
Yeah, that's 15 minutes ago. He said he'd be here in a few minutes.
What else was the
You
other?
know, Bob.
There was something else I had.
Probably getting a lot done.
No, I guess that was it for me.
don't get those.
almost locked her.
We do forget one of those stacks of.
He did, he was sleeping. He was just holding the shovel up.
Did this already go up?
Thank you.
These can wait till next month.
Yeah. We've hit our expenditure.
Put these back in the mailbox.
Return to sender.
have the auction stuff, still kind of.
I'm assuming this is the guy. Just wait on phone call from us, or just put it on?
Wait on him to get here, John.
Or wait for him to free up.
I'm gonna save my values that they value. I'm gonna save my values that they estimated. Just so you know.
Local.
He's just a local representative. for him.
Territory.
Yeah.
I don't think they're a hard on actually.
Yeah, it's not based here.
It's not based
Right.
here, so.
No,
You just got an
just
individual.
got another big local individual. There's Mr. Junker and Mr. Bodie. So I'll make a motion to enter an executive session for 20 minutes regarding possible land acquisition with County Councilor Wade Bowie, Tom Johnson, Eric Smith, and Commission.
All second.
And seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're at 1:06 for 20 minutes.
And then, like, I think I could probably use 2 more tables back there and like all the stuff on it, or maybe I could maybe just take those tables down and then push the buttons back. And use one of some weights here, and then try not to mess up. And then have them like, I'll make a copy. And that's maybe this way I can go all those stuff. And then I'll do like too much. I don't know, I guess I'll have to set this off to the side. No, I'm kind of doing, staples and everything, so like, I can take this. Sounds good. Not just on this, because I'm presenting. About each table. got chairs over here. They're comfortable, they can always just like, I have a couple of chairs. Yeah, they are comfortable. To make this on here, because I figured. So you slide this one back, so you can put one more over here then? Yeah, yeah. I can squeeze this over to the side, just leave it here, maybe put another table here. And then we could take that table and maybe set it here for a minute. You have that too. This is close to living. Yeah. Okay, we're good now. Okay. Okay. Now, hold on. Get out here. We did that fast. Yeah.
Oh, no commission?
They should be back in a few minutes from executive session.
All right. What'd they do here? Have another meeting?
Oh, they're setting up for an election, training.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right.
They should be back soon. They went in at 11:06 for 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 1:06.
Couple more minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 1:06. I said 11 fast. The morning's really going slow if it's 11.
Yeah. No lunch?
Yeah, actually, it was pizza, quick lunch break.
Okay. Well, that's good.
almost the same and they just go, or it says
They
Burlington.
go for each polling place. And then off.
Oh, you're fine. Hopefully I'm not in the way.
No, you're fine. I'm just having to set up that election tomorrow.
Yes.
So. I need it or don't need it, I can take it away. It's not normally how I keep recording.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a wild just a little bit. But every time somebody shows me like, oh, you just do this on your own, it's one clip that never works. Yeah. Here, it's same list.
What, do the parachute knot. Have you ever done one of those?
I started doing mine that way
Yeah.
because, when you do the arm, like, I used to always do that way.
Uh-huh.
I changed because my cords were getting.
Yeah.
Tangled up. Here's another one.
You could do it like the one way, she just, the whole thing comes on the other.
Put one in that. If you would please, and that'll. I think I'll need it for work. One or two.
I don't think it's called a parachute knot.
But yeah, if it's the one that's like a sneaky.
Yes, it just comes right out.
break on the way back, just for FYI. Wayne,
Yes, sir.
they'll be back here in short. Do you have something you want to share with us?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The cost share program,
Do what?
the cost share program, basically the acceleration, deceleration lanes.
Oh, you got it? Awesome.
So,
All the way, we'll wait.
yeah. They want to do a interview tomorrow. So I needed to visit with you and let you know what's going on with me, the interview.
Well, they'll be back here in a minute if you want to make your way this way. You got people coming in today, Angie, or is that
Tomorrow.
tomorrow?
But I gotta hook up everything.
Well, if we need to get out of your way,
No,
you're in a hurry.
No, I'm just gonna work in between your executive session.
Okay.
and-
There's plenty of that day. You gotta be able to get a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
I hope it's the last one,
It is, to my knowledge.
unless Wayne has something else.
Nothing major. It's all good news. I mean,
Put them on the timer.
It's got too many papers would not be good.
it's good news.
We'll wait for Bob. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Good.
Well, good afternoon, and I just got word, KDOT's wanting to do an interview. It's the cost share program. So the application I applied for multiple times, but on this particular one, we're being selected for it. Okay? So,
This
this
is
is,
worth of town.
this is 6 locations, one of them, definitely the one that's gonna make major improvement is the Dollar General.
Yep.
That's gonna be major improvement. That's gonna benefit not only the city of Burlington, but also all the residents in the county.
Is it going to be on to the next driveway too?
It'll go to the next driveway for the most part. Major improvement.
That's just the current picture.
That's, we took the drone out yesterday and they wanted some photos for this too. So, the 6 locations, the biggest take from this is, yes, it's gonna improve traffic flow for 75, but the purpose of it is really gonna improve safety for the residents of Coffee County. All of Coffee County is gonna benefit, because what this is, these are the locations. So each one of our asphalt roads that are coming into 75 Highway, for the most part of the 6 locations, will have acceleration or deceleration lanes that will improve safety.
Basically, it goes from,
8th Road, Going north.
Go south of town.
yes,
Okay.
You going all the way to 8th Road?
8th Road,
So that'll be south of Burlington too.
south of Burlington.
Up Danner's Hill.
So,
So they go all the way, probably would be down.
but that was the one on Danner's Hill, 8th Road. That was the one that, there was an elderly resident that was trying to get off the road on 75 to get on 8. A big truck was coming back behind them. They actually spun out, and that was the story I told a couple of weeks back, but
So are you gonna do that for all the private driveways between 14th and 15th? Because that's the most dangerous place on Highway 75.
no, the application that we have is only for these locations. We're,
14, 15,
we'll get the maximum,
there's some at 14 and 15 further.
That's it.
yeah,
All those driveway, Dr. Schill, all those in between.
Yeah.
Fine.
yeah. No, we won't be able to do those. But also too, I mean, my initial application was to try to get shouldering, asphalt shouldering, all of 75. Well, that's beyond the cost share program, because the cost share program's maximum is $1 million. Well, this would be $1 million, okay? Now, I don't have the contracts and specifics exactly yet, but since they're wanting to have this discussion, the interview that I take part in tomorrow, thought it would be a good idea to let you know the extent of it, because I put all in on this. I felt this was something that the county's gonna benefit from. We're gonna improve safety on a lot of these major intersections that we have on 75 Highway, points of concern, lead to subdivisions, lead to arterial collector roads. Something been trying for years.
Hopefully sometime later, we might see asphalt on the shoulders, but this is not it. Right now, the best I can do right now is get this acceleration, deceleration lanes. And so,
Better than nothing.
yeah, and I think it's gonna improve quite a bit. But what you need to have, now I already have money available in my special highway fund. So already have money to offset the cost that we're gonna be part of this. So we have well over 28% that I have placed into this program, basically to keep moving it forward. And then there's also gonna be additional cost, 28.6%. There's also gonna be additional cost on our part. The way this goes is that we would have preliminary engineering and then construction engineering, which would be the inspection that's gonna be required onto it. So you're gonna have this additional cost, but we're getting $1 million. And I know we shouldn't say we're getting, basically the grant is for $1 million. We will have over 400,000 for our part for construction, and then the other 160,000 for the engineering and inspection. So, you know, all in, 560,000 is what you're looking at, and then the state's putting in $1 million. But that's how the program works. But I just want to let you know onto it, not asking for a vote or anything, but to say, is that okay? Because I'd like to keep moving forward on this and then have that positive interview of being selected.
You're basically talking about a 2/3, 1/3 cost split.
Yes, sir.
At 560 to be compared to $1,560,000, so.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be coming and talking to you if they didn't have some interest in making it work with you.
That's correct. I'm without having the paper in hand, this is pretty
They
much,
wouldn't- Like I said, they wouldn't.
yeah, they wouldn't be interviewing me if they weren't giving.
This be a project for 22?
Yes, our time schedule onto it would be 22. Letting, my estimate, letting was of August of 2022, begin construction of September 2022. September would be beginning the construction. And weather permitting, you could be done by the end of 2022, end of December. Best estimates.
It's asphalt, they don't like much past first November.
Yeah, you're gonna be, yeah. But, you know, all of that changes. It's just the start of the application. It could be if the weather does stop it, you would have the dirt work done and then you let it set until spring. But,
I think you'll find, if you do some of this, we're gonna find some blacktop shoulders in that vicinity also. I think when they do a turning lane, I think they're gonna go on out and blacktop the shoulders in that area.
well, this would be to take the existing shoulders that we have on 75 and then make the acceleration, deceleration lane. And then we're gonna need to make that radius work for
I
the,
think when you do that, you're gonna see a little blacktop work, blacktop shoulder work, basically, maybe not the whole mile, but out for a little ways from there.
yes, at the side roads. Yeah, we will be tying all of that in. At this point, there's no right of way that I can, everything's gonna be working off the existing shoulders on 75. The only thing that we would have, and I don't believe it's gonna ever entail right of way, would be doing it right on Dollar General. I believe we need to do just a little bit more than just adding the acceleration lane on that one. And that would be to put a sidewalk in and different things
Yeah,
like that.
Silent Beach come from Dairy Queen down over to there.
Yes,
Because I've seen them push wheelchairs out on the highway and it's.
no, no good.
Well, you know, on 22nd, will there be room enough?
Yes,
All right.
and that, 22nd, I mean, 22nd is gonna be acceleration, deceleration.
Yeah.
So the major improvement right there,
Oh, yes.
so
Big one.
a lot of them.
Good deal.
So that's where I'm at. If you don't have any concerns with that, you know, we went pretty much all in, trying to match as much as we could to get the project. I think this is going to be one step of getting all of the shouldering asphalt at some point, but at least we'll have this part, and it's definitely going to be beneficial to the residents of Coffee County as much or more to the residents than probably 75 highway to the traveling public.
And all the funding is already available in
We have
the
funds.
special highway.
I have,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
And and whatever, the additional projects that I have as well, I should have enough to cover all of that.
Be a huge improvement.
Been putting in it for years.
Early congratulations, maybe.
Yes, yes. But,
They've got to have metrics, they would be showing up.
Anybody that don't want him to move forward with this?
Get what we can get.
I'll bring up your drive, Bob, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, I know there's 8 entrances in that basically half mile that are basically hidden entrances. So it's the project, I wouldn't have opposed to this project if they would look, not just for me, because I've been living with it for years, but if they would look at, that might be asphalt where these people can pull off on the asphalt shoulder to get off and stuff, because there's hills there, there's curves there.
Bob, that could happen. It would be added, and it could happen. They're maxing out at $1 million. So anything that we would do in addition would be the county's funds.
Could be
So,
less expensive to do it while the project was on
yes,
versus coming back.
yes.
What would it cost to go to, what would it, not that I want a 4-lane between, the landfill road and New Strawn, but, I mean, let's say a person couldn't widen it all the way up through there.
They, their initial estimates when I was asking, at the very beginning of this, it's been well over 10, 12 years. Their initial estimates, I believe, was over $70-some thousand to basically put shoulders, asphalt shoulders, all the way from the Leroy exit, north to, Old Highway 50.
He's talking 4-lane, actually, it'd be from 14th Road to 16th Road, 2 miles,
Yeah.
Basically 4-lane, I mean.
4 lane through there.
That would be, on that particular one, if you're looking 4-lane, what you're gonna be doing there is, probably additional right-of-way, utilities and such as that could be pretty expensive.
A lot of right of way along 75 highway.
But it would have to be looked at, but it would be fairly expensive. It could be something that could be added later or asked about, but it'd be beyond the scope of what this one is. But just to add asphalt on the shoulders, that's possible. I mean, I can enter into that conversation with
It
him.
wouldn't hurt to put the thought in your mind.
Oh, yes, yeah. And we could possibly add that, but it would be at the county's cost at this point.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So,
So,
but once we do this other project, then another project came up, it might be doing that would be the project, because they've already invested all that into this.
that's my thoughts as well. And definitely being able to do that, that we possibly get asphalt shoulders for all the 75 in Coffee County. So I wanted to bring that up, and you're good with it, we'll keep moving forward.
Isn't there asphalt shoulders north of the interstate? Or are those gravel? I traveled so much, I don't even
Well,
remember.
asphalt shoulders start right down to Leroy, turn off 58.
And just this, 6 planes, where there's
Yeah, that's near
half
the
a mile this side of the Gridley corner.
Gridley.
There's passing lanes, all that.
No, they're asphalt shoulders.
asphalt shoulders.
Right
I mean, I
there,
don't
right
know,
there by
is it-
Bill Bowen's house
Is
is
it
where they
north
start.
of the interstate though, up
Then
in
it would
Osage
be-
County?
It would be north of Old 50.
Is paved shoulders all the way north on 75 from there?
I believe we're paved shoulders on north Old 50.
All the way in through Osage County, clear to Topeka?
Pretty much, yeah. We're one of the few counties. that
Well, that's
do
what
not
I'm
have-
trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
no,
That's what I'm
that's
trying, that's
exactly
what I'm
right.
trying to figure
That's
out.
what you're asking,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
That was one of my points. We were one of the few.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they are.
Yes.
I travel so much, I don't even recognize
I don't even
it.
pay
Yeah,
attention to it.
yeah, because I pulled
Even
off on the
Woodson
shoulder.
County has the asphalt shoulders, 38 center.
So we're really the only stretch of 75 highway that doesn't have paved shoulders.
For the most part, that's correct. That was my selling point, was we're one of the few counties on 75 highway through the state that does not have asphalt shoulders. So, all right, well, moving forward. Thank you.
You don't have a preference on who sells the equipment, do you?
No, don't have a preference.
So it is ours.
Yeah, you guys decide.
All right,
Good luck.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
So, where do you wanna go? Someone make a motion.
I move that we use Heartland.
Jesse's made a motion to use Heartland to sell the equipment
I'll second.
and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're gonna go with Heartland, Wayne.
Okay, well, if they have any questions, they can give us a call about the equipment maintenance and such as that.
Well, do you want to contact him or do you want Andrea?
However you'd like to do it. I can pass it on.
If it's your equipment, if you would,
Okay,
if you would take the lead on that, I guess.
all right. Do we have his information or
Yes, it's right on his card.
Hartman? Okay. I don't know if I have his card. Maybe
You can
the
have
office does. Okay. All right,
Yeah, if you'll take the lead on that, that way.
we'll get it
It'd
going.
be probably simpler. That way
Okay.
he can set up times with you to come take pictures or whatever he's got to do.
Okay, okay. And then we're gonna get with Angie. You made a motion to approve the auction. Then we need a motion to approve disposal of the equipment. We're
Yeah, so if
listening.
you'll have that for us for Monday, that'd be
I'll help Angie get that one and have you guys do that.
great.
All right.
Now, we were going to do the little trucks, the little trailers and stuff, that list that you had.
Yeah, do you have something on that?
We weren't going to do those little trailers.
Yeah. They're not on there either.
Are they even on there?
No,
Yeah, they are. Fertilizer spreader, chain harrow, trailer, homemade,
The chain hair and the homemade trailer.
yeah, they're on here.
You mind putting an X on that and I'll just take that one with me?
There was 3 or 4 items we thought might have self-filled out the auction.
Okay,
oh yeah, they are, I'm sorry.
There's about 3 or 4 items there on the bottom of it.
X out what you don't want. And I can pass that on to you.
What's a machete too?
That's the boom mower, basically the one that arm reaches out.
And they figure that's only worth $400. I would say anything $500 or less, I'd say we leave,
Leave on board.
well, no, because there's snow plows and that's not gonna go low.
That snowplow may fit a specific piece of equipment that a farmer wouldn't have.
Pretty good sized piece of equipment.
So it needs
So the
probably,
fertilizer spreader, the chain hair and the trailer, that's
Trailer.
9.5.
Would be the three on,
take
take
the
those three.
take the 3
Those
off.
3 check ones off.
Oh, I already checked them, didn't I?
Okay, those 3 there will not be part of the
Oh, yeah.
sale auction.
Okay, so go over to your public.
All right, and the rest of them will. I'll pass,
And they're aware that we was probably got to hold off on 3 or 4.
okay, I'll pass that on. Those are the 3.
Or 3.
Everybody, okay.
I concur.
All right. Yeah, that was a good show. Okay. Okay, very good.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Anybody have anything else? Andrea had to go take care of the mail, I think she said. I don't believe she had anything either, so.
Did Modern Air ever get the air conditioner system going here, or is it still down?
Pretty good.
I think it,
I think the fan just runs all the time continuously.
to be honest with you, I guess I really don't know. I know I signed a couple of checks to Modern Air, so I assume.
So that one was $9,400 plus a few dollars on top of it.
I think that was to replace that one unit. Well, if nobody has anything else, we will adjourn at 1:47 till Monday, November
How are you going?
1st.
We got 5 meetings in November.
Not yet. It all could have changed this morning. All could have changed this morning.
Yes.
No pressure, I realize you
No,
can throw something out there.
right now. I'm doing it right now.
Bob, you're happy.
Yeah.
Just,
Get that. I probably thought about that.
You got outside and the top of your head got wet.